Good morning. Good morning. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? What buttons do I press again? This one to show my full face. Something was weird. But anyway, that's not the screen we are interested in. We're interested in this one, right? So. Okay then, let's see. What is the plan for today? Now, okay, so obviously we still have to work a little bit on the progression system, right? I'm not completely happy with where it is currently. I think we still need to build some functionality to be able to tweak the behavior of the enemies, etc. a little bit more simply in the future, right? Yeah, so I just want to get that to work. And then we can maybe see if we can work on some other things. Like I think this is what we're currently working with. Basically, yeah. And then it would be cool if we can maybe come back to the crocodile, fix him a little bit and get the ragdoll working. That'd be kind of cool. Because we removed the push enemies completely. But I kind of want to put that back if I can. And then we can see from there what we need to tackle next. Look, there's obviously this item drops thing that I really would like to implement. The only problem with this is it requires a massive amount of UI. Right, and UI currently is... it's just a bit of a problem for me, right? Because I want to transition to using UI Toolkit, but I haven't really done anything with UI Toolkit yet, so I'm a bit afraid to try this just out of nowhere on stream. Anywho, let's get our time tracker going. Now, is this technically... okay, well. We'll continue with this one, it's fine. And we'll see how far we go. Today we can go a little bit later, so I didn't want to get up too early. Because it's a Saturday. Nobody's going to come chase me away. Oh, we also, you might have seen it, but there's an update for the owl. If you've been on the Discord. But for some reason the model is just interesting. I don't know if my wife updated the model. Yeah, I'm not gonna try it. I'll ask her if she did her thing. Okay, let's open the C# project and let's get into our scripts. See where we are at. Okay, so we have this enemy spawn ratio calc script going on. And we try to make the first levels, or we change the first levels these things spawn at. Okay. Okay, obviously, okay, so this is technically not used, or it will not be used anymore. Right, I'm going to do that in here. Okay, we don't need that debug log. Okay, so let's just comment this out quick. We'll come back to it and delete it if this works, if everything is really done. Okay, but for now, I'm going to take a sip of coffee. Hey. Nice and warm. Okay, so let's see. Obviously, our game manager does a lot of this. Okay, so let's see what we can start stripping away. Okay, so calculate enemy spawn ratios. Then we have a bunch of things getting the spawn ratios, and this all we can do from the other place. So let's just see who's doing this. Enemies per 5 seconds. Okay, so it's my enemy spawn manager that needs to get this. Okay, so we can have the spawn manager reference this instead if this was an instance, but it's not. So let's just make it that. This would be public I don't remember how to make instances. It's a public static. Okay, public static, the thing's name instance. Yeah, so static public static enemy spawn manager instance. Okay, something like that, and then on start, which I don't have, or we could just do it on awake actually, instance equals this. No, why does that not work? Oh, it's because I have this being incorrect. Yeah. Okay, so now this will work, and what we can do is in my enemy spawn manager, instead of getting the ratios from the game manager, we can just get them from the spawn calc place. Alright, like that. And now if I look at my game manager, nobody, where the hell, nothing should require these anymore, right? Yeah, so our spawn ratios, so this can now safely be deleted. Okay, calculate enemy spawn ratio. This is called on this line, but what we want it to say is dot instance dot calculate enemy spawn ratio. So we want to calculate the spawn ratio in the other script, which means this isn't required. So we can get rid of that. Okay. And we can save that. Now, this thing. So this can now be run. It can calculate the spawn ratios the way I like them. And then. Okay, this is just setup values, but they can calculate them. Look, okay, so these won't do anything. So the calculation won't do anything either. But yeah, now we can try this out. So some of the other things we might want to do. Okay, so let's just imagine how this is going to work, right? So let's say we have, it's level 1, right? Level 1, we calculate the spawn ratio. So we come here and it's like, oh, okay, what level are we? 1. Cool. It looks at the default case, but it skips it if it can do anything else, right? So it'll try case 1. Is our level less than our first level for the bomber? And yes, it is. So we're only going to spawn small enemies. Or the small melee guys. Okay, so that's great. So we get only those, none of the other. Then at some point we go into, we exceed this number, but we're still below this number. So then we'll do this one instead, right? And we'll do this one, which means we'll spawn 50% small, 50% bomber. And now when we exceed this number, which is level 7 or whatever that is, we'll just go back to default, which means we now spawn all enemies. Right, and I might want to come back and change this somewhat. Okay, so this would work for the game loop as it is, right? Currently, because the current game loop, I don't have special levels necessarily, right? So something like this should be okay. Now we can, but I think I want to change some of this. Because what I also want is a maximum amount of enemies. Right, and when we, on any level, reach that amount, we should stop spawning. Right, so that would be for a couple of reasons. But one of the reasons is performance. We need to limit the amount of enemies that can spawn, just so that the game doesn't break. But then I also want to limit the amount of enemies, just so it doesn't get too hectic, right? Because what typically happens is, so this is a typical game, right? You get a bunch of small lizards coming at you. You kill them because they're not a big threat. You kind of try to avoid the bombers and the Komodo dragon, right? And then eventually, you keep the numbers of small enemies low because they're easy to kill. They come in close, etc., etc. But the bombers pile up to some ridiculous number, right? And then at the end of the level, or closer to the later stages of the level, you might have 10 of these tanks trying to smash your face in, and you might have 50 bombers and like 6 small enemies, which again, you can just kill quickly. And what that does, it basically makes the later stages of the level impossible for certain characters to do. So I want to build a system that manages that, I think, as well. Now, okay, so that's something we should think about. It's going to be a bit interesting. Okay, so we'll think about how we want to do that. Let's see. So our sport manager, this thing just kind of gives me enemies. So it calls the spawn enemy reinforcements, right? So this thing actually spawns the enemies. So let's see. Okay, yeah, so it just does this accumulation of enemies because obviously there's a pool of enemies, and then sometimes well, not a pool, but there's this accumulated amount of enemies because sometimes you have half an enemy, and I don't just want to delete it. I want to keep it until I have another half an enemy, and then I can spawn one, right? So we want to use the remainder at some point. So that's what all this does, and I think that's good. Now, we should ask, does our spawn manager check whether or not we can spawn more enemies? And how would it know how many enemies have been spawned? Right, because it just gets the ratio straight up. Yeah, this is actually kind of a tricky one, eh? Yeah, so what I should do is maybe instead of a ratio, or maybe we have a ratio, but the ratio almost tries to make sure the amount of enemies on the level remains according to that ratio. So let's say it's a 50-50 ratio for bombers and small enemies, right? It shouldn't... What it should do, so 50-50, and let's say I want 100 enemies, so and there's 50 of each. Now I kill a bunch of small enemies. So the game will notice, or what I wanted to do, is I wanted to notice, oh wait, we have less than, whatever this maximum amount of enemies are. Hey, Prostocotolio. Yeah, it's still difficult, man. How's it going? Prosto. I'm just gonna do Prosto, I think. Okay, but anyway, so we have 50 and 50. Then we kill like 20 of the small ones, and I wanted to quickly replenish the small enemies, which means I don't want the spawn ratio to influence how fast the enemies spawn, but rather the maximum enemies that spawn. So if we only need small enemies, it should use all of the spawning power to get the small enemies going as quickly as possible again, so we can get back to 50 and not spawn any of the other guys. I think I want to build that system instead. Yeah, I haven't been here for a while, eh? Prosto, have you seen what the game looks like these days? It's pretty nice. Okay, so but let's put this. Okay, so this is where our ratio calculator goes. Why do I not have these serialized fields available to me? That is interesting. Is there a reason? Did it not compile? No, I think it's compiling. Is it not a good time for you to be awake? So go to bed. Let's see if I can make... I don't know if the game will work, actually. There might be some issues now. Oh. I see what you're saying. Your sleep schedule is a bit of a mess. Right, so I don't know. Have you seen the Ninja Duck? So this is the Ninja Duck, right? Here we go. So we have Ninja Duck. This is the first level. So this is like the entrance to our tower. Okay, he can do a couple of cool things. So he does this swiping attack and he applies a bleed effect to all the enemies. He also hits them, right? So that attack does two things, which is kind of nice. Ah, I didn't even. You remember jumping fart bird? You mean the ranger? But anyway, then okay, here's the ranger, right? With the backflips. You remember that one? But there's also these totems. So the totems do something different now, right? So this totem, if I fight inside the zone, the enemies do a lot more damage. I almost died. This one slows, so you can see it's a massive AoE, but it slows me down. This one reduces my damage, the blue one. And there's a red one also. You can hit the big totems to end the level faster. But yeah, so this is the main level that I'm currently playing most of the time, right? I just have 2 levels. So it's the... yeah, it's the first level, which is just the entrance. Then we have a couple of... So the frogs start coming on level 3. Okay, and basically what I'm working... Oh, jeez. Jeez, this is a problem. Yeah, obviously if you destroy the totem, you get to go fast again. So that's pretty nice. Obviously, okay, not obviously, but what I want to do is I want the totems to give you some kind of a benefit as well. Like if you destroy the totem, you gain an item. Right? But yeah, that's... Ah, I still had this bug. I need to see what this is. So I destroyed this totem in the previous round, and then I reset it, obviously. But the AoE zone doesn't do anything for some reason. I remember now. Yeah, but I think it looks a little bit more like a game, hey? Especially with the nice environment that I try to build here. A little bit of level building happened. Who else? I think it makes a difference. Yeah, I really need these guys to spawn in a bit faster, I think. They took like 10 seconds to get to me. Yeah, I should also... there's a lot of things I need to do still. But I think I'm getting close to maybe building a demo. Or releasing a demo build. I just need to get the item system working, because I want there to be items in the game. And I need to get all the UI working, because the UI is only kind of working right now. Like, this basic UI is fine, but the item UI is one of my biggest problems right now. So is this one also not working now? Yeah. Okay. That's... Whoa, yes, like it. Holy shit. That's a lot of Komodo dragons. Yeah, no, this is sudden death level. Wow. That was a bad idea. Okay, I think this is how far I'm gonna get, because there's no way I can survive this amount of Komodo dragons. Oh no. Okay. Everything died instantly. Yeah, no, okay. So I'm still working on the spawning system, right? So that's what you walked into. me trying to make the spawner work right. Okay. So, what if... Let's think, how would we do this? Okay, so I still want the spawn manager to spawn the enemies, right? But I think, I don't know. Maybe I should try. Somehow I need to know how many enemies have spawned, so I can work out how many I need to spawn, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Who would know? Let's go to our hierarchy here. Let's look at like our base level prefab, right? So if we look at this thing, which obviously is not great. Okay. So we have the spawn manager. It spawns enemy reinforcements. Right, so this thing just tells it how many to spawn, kinda, and then this thing actually does the spawning. And it doesn't do anything special, typically. So it'll just instantiate the enemies. And that's it. It instantiates them at a spawn position. Okay. So what I'm thinking is maybe we would still do this, but we just, when we instantiate, because I think we can include another override here, which is basically the parent. Yeah, we can give it a parent. So if we make inside our spawn manager, we have the spawn points, but we can have holders for each enemy type. And then we can simply ask each of those holders, yo, how many children do you have currently? And if it's enough, then we don't worry about spawning more. Yeah. So I think it's going to be something like this, where we have SME holder. Right, and we can duplicate this twice, and then we can have the range a bomber enemy holder, and we can have the CTE holder. Right, something like that. Okay, and then in our spawn reinforcements, I don't think we have to do it there. I think we do that in the manager. So in the manager we can have serialized field, private transform, and we can have our SME holder. Right. RBE and CTE holder. Right, so we have our holders. So now we can count simply how many enemies we have in each of the holders, compare it to the enemies we should have based on the level and the ratio and all that good stuff, and then spawn enemies for the appropriate holder based on the amount of enemies we can spawn every second or every 5 seconds. Okay. Okay, so I think along with the spawn point, you know what? We could just make this. Okay, so this thing will loop and it will just do this in the spawn points. Okay, so let's see. In our spawn enemy reinforcement script, whoa. Okay, when we call this function, we have a spawn point, and let's just say we have a transform, which is the holder as well. Now, enemy to spawn all enemy types. I don't think I want to do that ever. So in my manager, I don't ever do that, right? Yeah, this is not something I do. So the reason I don't want to do that, because then I'm not going to get the correct holder. So I think this whole else if can go away. Right? And we'll basically just do this. So we'll get an amount of enemies to spawn. We'll get which enemy to spawn. We'll get the spawn point and the holder. The holder would be dependent on the enemy to spawn, right? So technically we don't need to worry about that. But oh, you know, it's okay. We can do it like this. It's not a problem. We can also do it. Yeah, the problem is I need to access the holder to do the calculations on the other side, and I can plug them in here as well, like that, or I can just send them. So I'm just going to send them from the other side. Okay, but this should work for this one at least. So now, when it instantiates the enemies, it'll put it inside of the holder that I give it. So then in my spawn manager, we need to do, if we're doing small melee enemies, we need to do the SME holder here, right? Or the RBE holder, or the CTE holder, right? Okay, something like that. Okay, so let's see how we go from here. Okay, so enemy progression, enemy. Okay, so what does this do? On enemy stats update. So this is technically not something we really do anymore. Right, so this would normally have been when you know, the level goes too long. We let the enemies ramp up as the level goes a little bit too long. Now, we could potentially still do something like that, but not quite the same way anymore. Right? Now, on wave timer reset, that's an important one, because this one tells me, you know, for this wave, we actually want more enemies potentially. Okay. So I think we have to decide on the total amount of enemies we want in a level, and that is what this is. It's not the spawn rate. Well, it can be the spawn rate, but we also want the total amount of enemies. Right, so enemies per 5 seconds max. Okay. Which one do we actually... Okay, this is the enemies per 5 seconds. Okay, so right below that one, we want private int max enemies on level. And this would be like, I don't know, 50. Obviously, we can change that, right? Okay, so let's think about it. So the first thing is our maximum enemies on the level. Okay, so why did we want... I think... Hey, this guy, how's it going? Captain. Am I a captain now? I am doing well, thank you. How about you? Saturday. It's still super early Saturday for me. I can't even see the sun yet. But I did decide to start a stream a little bit later today. I figured I could do with some extra sleep, and it's a Saturday, so nobody's gonna bug me for work-related stuff, right? Okay, so let's just think about this. Enemies per 5 seconds. Total, let's say total enemies on level. Yeah, okay, so those are the two things we can set. And then here, what we want to do maybe is we also want a private int max enemies on level. Okay. What's my plan today? So a little bit of progression still. So I want to change the way enemies spawn by basically controlling the amount of enemies. So the idea is, so previously, right, you'd remember that I said, okay, look, we have a spawn rate for enemies, and that gets calculated based on whatever random ratio that I generate somewhere, right? But the problem was that even if you have a very small spawn rate for frogs, for instance, right? Let's say you have a 10% spawn rate for frogs. Since they are more difficult to kill, they tend to pile up on you anyway. So most levels ended with there just being a ton of frogs on your ass, right? Same with the Komodos, because they're hard to kill. So I figured, what if I, instead of deciding a spawn ratio, I decide a maximum amount of each enemy type. And then my spawn... the spawn ratio would still be used to some degree, or there will be something like that. But the spawning will be tweaked based on the available capacity on the level. So let's say there should be 50 lizards, but there's only 10. And we already reached the cap of the frogs. Then on the next spawn cycle, I will basically spawn 100% small enemies so I can fill up the available space on the level as quickly as possible. So I want to do something like that. So you always have this, or so that at least it doesn't get to the point where you just have a bunch of frogs at some point and they kill you anyway. Because all the levels kind of feel the same. All of them end with, oh no, there were 20 Komodo dragons and 50 frogs and they killed me. Right? And that happens no matter how small you make the spawn ratio. Because you just don't kill them as quickly. So I think I want to limit the amount. It'll also help with performance, I think. If we just limit the amount of enemies on the level to something that's a little bit reasonable. I think that's not a bad idea in general. And then obviously that could make it a little bit easier, but we can make up for that with other balance changes, right? Yeah, so that's my idea. Okay, but anyway, so we got this max enemies on the level, and then the enemy spawn ratio. So let's see. Okay, so right here when the yeah, I don't think this is going to be a thing anymore. So maybe I'm just not even going to go there. Okay, so, but anyway, for the game manager, on timer reset, we obviously get we take this wave spawn multiplier, and we say 1 plus whatever level it is over 10%. So if it's level 1, it'll be 1 plus 0.1 or 20 or 30 or whatever. So I think we're going to use this. And effectively what we're going to do is we're going to do max enemies on level should be equal to total enemies on level, which is just the base amount I set, multiplied by wave spawn multiplier. I see. This is now going to be a problem because it's going to become... Yeah, we have floats and ints and stuff here. Okay, so we can calculate this and we can just make it... We just cast it to an int. Right, so we just do that. It's fine. So this might be 50, this might be 1.1, so then it's 55. But it might also be 55.5, and then obviously we need to cast it to an int. Okay, but that's okay. So you get the max enemies on the level. Now, we should also, based on our ratios, know what the maximum is for each enemy type. Have I considered? Why are you writing a whole flipping paragraph now? Having each level data set in a scriptable object, you can have a slider for each that represents a percentage they take up for the overall amount of enemies. And if you don't want a certain enemy in a level, you can just have the slider set to 0. I have not. I could do that. So that would be quite a bit. That's like fine tuning it quite a bit, right? So just to have the ratios. I mean, it's not a bad idea. But for each level. So currently, all I have is... you might remember we were writing... I did this yesterday, right? So this is all I have right now. Because it doesn't have to be too complicated at the moment. But for now, I just made this. Where we have to calculate the spawn ratio or the ratio of enemies. Yeah, now I can imagine that the scriptable object can be quite useful. But yeah, for now I calculate this. When do I calculate this? I think I can just calculate this on when a new level spawns, and it just basically asks, where are we roughly, and that's all it does right now. So yeah, maybe I do want to make this a little bit more granular. But yeah, we'll get there one day. Yeah, I think if we used, yeah, we could do a lot of stuff. There's so many things we can do, right? Like, technically, I could make a scriptable object and just put the whole damn level inside of it. Because currently, right, if you remember, I just put the levels inside of my scene like this, but I don't have to do that. This could just be a prefab inside of a scriptable object that it spawns. And then all the other associated data can be in there as well. Yeah, new scriptable object for each level. And then I can tweak all the stuff and things like that. Yeah, that might be a way of going about it in the future. Certainly. Especially because I want the different biomes to do different things. So I could have like biome or whatever you want to call them, scriptable objects, right? And then you can have any biome on a particular level. So the biome isn't set to a specific level, but I could give it base spawn ratios and stuff like that. And then when I get to, let's say, level 5, and that is now a forest biome, we can still take the data from the scriptable object, give them, just apply some kind of a multiplier because it's on level 5 to get the actual spawn amounts and stuff like that. And similarly with, yeah, I mean, that sounds very nice. We could do that. Right now, I just want to see if I can make this work before I make it optimal. It's kind of my idea right now. Yeah, so it's like just a database. Mm-hmm. Okay, but for now, I'm gonna continue with what I've got here, just to get the the basic functionality going. Also, I don't have many levels anyway, and I'm not gonna have many levels right now. That sounds like the type of system to implement for maybe a little bit later in the development cycle, because it sounds very useful. Okay, let's do this private. You know what? We should group these together. Let's do that instead. So we want a private int max small enemies max SME, and we basically just want to make max RBE max CTE. Yeah, like, and even this stuff is kind of shitty, right? So this would also be much better if we could. Yeah, what we could do is we could have the maximum spawn amount relate to the wave we are on. Right, like the very first level would have a much lower spawn ratio, or the spawn amount, but the ratios can be set like in the scriptable object or wherever. And then the second level would have a higher one, and then based on what biome it is, the ratios could differ. Because if you go to the second level and it's a swamp, and I wanted the swamp to be a lot of frogs, then obviously it'll be a lot of frogs, which, you know. But for now, that's a future thing, right? That's a lot of work that I need to go do. Okay, so we have the maximum. And basically what we should calculate here, so we get the maximum enemies that we want on the level. And then what we can do is calculate the maximum small melee enemies would just be equal to the maximum enemies on the level, multiplied by this ratio that we get from our... Okay, and all of this is obviously now not an integer anymore, but it really should be, because we can't have half enemies. Right, just something like that. And then we do the same thing for the R, BE, and for the CTE. Okay, and then we just want this ratio instead, and we want this ratio instead. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we do a couple of things. Let's put those together. So these are the ratios, these are the maximums. I might get rid of these ratio calculations entirely, because they might not even be required anymore. Okay, but then we have this accumulator just so we don't get rid of half enemies, which I could also, if I work on max enemies, I might not even need this. Yeah. Yeah, actually. Maybe I... Yeah, maybe I should think about that. Would I need accumulated enemies? I don't think I would. Okay, but let's keep it. It might still be useful. It might still be useful, right? Okay, so let's go into our spawner. So each time we spawn, we can now figure out, potentially, how many enemies we actually have of each type before we spawn them, right? So accumulate small... Okay, so we just basically divide up all our accumulated enemies into the spawn points. Okay. And then we go to each spawn point and we pretty much take the calculate the integer amount of our enemies per spawn point, and then we subtract that to our accumulated enemies, and then we spawn them. Okay, every 5 seconds. Now, all of this should only happen if realistically we have available space. Okay, so let's see, where do we do this? So I guess... Okay, so the accumulated enemies is going to go up by the spawn amount. So do we even want that to happen? So let's think about this. Let's give ourselves some space. So if we want an if statement, right? And we kind of want to check how many enemies. So every 5 seconds, we just check how many enemies there are. So we can do if SME holder dot child count, right? Because all our small melee enemies are going to go into our holder. If this is less than our SME, our maximum small melee enemies, we can do some things, right? So now we know, look, we don't have enough small enemies. So what can we do? Well, we can throw some of those guys into our pool, our accumulator. So we add some to the accumulator. Then I guess we can do... Well, actually, yeah, we just add some to the accumulator. And then we can say, okay, cool. Now, if we come down here, we like, okay, small. We look at the accumulator. We're like, oh, there's no more enemies in the accumulator. Okay. So then if we come here, we'll just not be spawning any enemies, basically. Okay, so that's actually all we need to do. We only add enemies. Okay, but now the thing is, we might want to fill it up faster. So this... This should be different based on... Yeah, so we should think about this. So I might want to fill it up quicker. Right, because if you think about it, what if... Okay, so we come here, we like, oh, okay, cool, we don't have... Let's say we have 0, but we need like 50. But we also have 0 of all the others. Then we just basically keep going with the spawn ratios that they have. Right? Which is this. But this could be much higher if we also don't have any of the other enemies. So we need a couple of checks, maybe. I don't know. Do we really want to check the child count within this? So, I mean, something like this, right? So if RBE holder is greater than or equal to our max, something like that. This seems terribly bad. Yeah, I feel like that is the functionality I want, but it seems pretty stupid. I feel like I could do this way better. Oh, this should be large, right? So basically what we're doing is we're checking, okay, look, we don't have enough small enemies. So we add the spawn rate for small enemies. We do have enough medium enemies, so then we can actually then also add that spawn rate to the medium, to the small. We also have enough large, we can add that spawn rate. So we can do this type of thing for each enemy type. I feel like there's a function I could write. I could do this in a way that's a little bit more dynamic and scalable, because otherwise, like, if for each type of enemy I'm gonna have to add a bunch of this. I want to do something like a accumulate enemy script. Yeah, I also don't want the spawn ratio, the spawn amount to go insane. Yeah, because what can also happen is this accumulation can occur every 5 seconds. No, it won't. Yeah. Or it might. No, it won't. Yeah, I want a nice function for this. I need to think about a way of doing this programmatically. So I can already tell I might need some kind of a list or some kind, or a dictionary or something like that, that I can loop through. Yeah, because we have a lot of variables right now. Be kind of cool if I could just have all of them in a few dictionaries with an enemy type as the key. And then I can just make a loop for enemy types. Yeah. Yeah, dictionaries within dictionaries. So something like yeah, so we can have a private, and I need to a dictionary with a enemy type. Where do I even get the enemy types? It's in my reinforcements. It's a bit weird. Don't I have this somewhere else? Isn't there a enemy data dot enemy type? Yeah, there is. Yeah, so that's way better. I should change all of them to that. Okay, so let's get coding out. So enemy data, yeah, we have simple melee, range, bomber, charge, tank, crocodile, boss, yeah. So I think I'll work with enemy types instead. And then I'll also change all my stuff over to work with those, because that just makes sense. Yeah, so right here where I have enemies to spawn, this doesn't make any sense, right? We could just work with the enemy types instead. Yeah, so here we have a enemy data dot enemy type. Instead, we get the enemy to spawn and we can just compare it. Yeah, and now we... Okay, let's just get rid of that. Right, because now that's kind of pointless as well, because there's no enemy type all enemies, right? Yeah, so now we can do enemy type, and then we can say, let's go through it. So this would be a small melee enemy. This would be a ranged bomber enemy, and this would be a charge tank enemy. Okay, so now we're going to work with enemy types instead. This, I don't want that anymore, because that's superfluous. Why we need 2 enums to basically just give me an enemy type, I don't know. Okay, and then right here, this spawning is obviously broken now. Yeah, so here we want enemy data dot enemy type simple melee enemy, right? And here we want enemy data dot enemy type. This would be the ranged bomber enemy. And here we want enemy data charge tank enemy. Way better. Okay. Where's my coffee? It's done. It's complete. I have completed my coffee. Okay, cool. So let's go up here and build our dictionary. Okay, so for each, so we have a key of enemy type, and for each of them, what else do I want? I have a I want actually, yeah. Wait, I want another dictionary. Okay, so I get a dictionary of what? Like spawn stuff. So do I put another enum as a... let's call this spawn variables. And the type of stuff we can have is Let's think about this. We want the max. So we want the max on level. We want the max as spawn rate. Right, so these two things we could technically want. What else? So that would be these things and these things. Then we want an accumulated amount. Okay, so now we have this. Okay, so all of them can be a number. So these are the variables we need. That we don't need. Alright, I think that is the things I need. So I need accumulator, I need the max, I need the spawn rate, I need the max on the level. What else? What else do I need here? What nonsense is this? This is just calculating the. Okay, no, that's okay. That we can just do a little bit differently, I think. Okay. Okay, we'll figure this out. Okay, cool. So, I think those are the variables we need. So effectively, the second dictionary will have spawn variables and a float. Right? And, oh, it needs a name. Is this a thing? Am I doing a thing here? Is this allowed, what I'm doing? As spawn Or does this one not get a name? I actually don't know. Okay, this one needs a name. So this would be enemy spawn. Do I not need to name the dictionary that I've put inside of my dictionary? I guess not. Right? I don't know. I've done a thing. I don't know if it's a good thing that I've just done. Okay, now I seem to remember that we were able to loop through enum values before. How the hell did we do that? Where the hell did we do that? Was it with the enemies? I think it was when I was refactoring the enemies. Was it in enum? Was it in the data? Couldn't have been. How did I loop through the enum? I remember doing this. Why would I have wanted to do this? And was it, did I loop through this or did I loop through something else? Was it in the counter? Might have been. Might have been in the counter. Yeah, so it's one of my manager scripts. The enemy counter. Yep. For each enemy data, enemy type, enum get values type of. There we go. Yes. Yes. I have found it. So yes, this is how you loop through. Okay, let's copy that and stick it in my enemy spawn manager apparently. Because in start we now need to make these dictionaries, right? So we want a dictionary initialized for each enemy type. Or we want to initialize that dictionary. So we want to do enemy spawn variables of enemy type equals new dictionary. Wait, what? Okay, so that key do I need to do a enemy? Do I need to first do an enemy spawn variables equals new dictionary? I don't know if I need to do that first. Maybe I do. And then I need to populate each of them. Okay, so then I create... Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, this thing is not happy. Why? Oh, yeah, it's we need to do that, right? Okay, so we create our enemy spawn variables dictionary. Then within that dictionary, we need to create a bunch of dictionaries. So we loop through that dictionary, and we have each of them. We create the dictionary, but now we need to. Well, we create the dictionary, so that's fine. And there's a spawn variable. So if we want to initialize this even further, we would do enemy spawn variables, enemy type, and then what did we just get? So doing that, we get a new dictionary. So this is a dictionary. So if I just do this again, and I oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. So we do that, and then we do for each. Yes, look at me looping through enums. No, man, what the hell? Don't flippin' auto-complete for me if you don't know what you're doing. So for each spawn variable, spawn variable in enum dot get values type of spawn variables, right? So now we're looping through another enum. We will do this thing with our spawn variable, no, the key, right? So the spawn variable key, we'll just set that equal to 0f, the value, right? So we just initialize this, make all the values equal to 0. So we've created a dictionary for each enemy type, and then we set the variables for those dictionaries inside my enemy spawn variables dictionary all to 0. Fantastic. some dictionaryception going on here. I like it. Okay. Okay, so then we technically don't need these things anymore. We don't need the maximum on the level, we don't need the max spawn rate, we don't need the accumulated amount as variables like this anymore. Everything is now essentially done over here. Okay, now what we should do, so if on wave timer reset, we obviously have the max enemies on level. So now we just need to calculate or get the spawn ratios or spawn rate for each of them. Okay, so this is the first place we have to go and actually put the values in here. How do we easily loop through a dictionary? Or do we need to loop through a list of keys and just access the correct values? I never know. Or can we just loop through every key? Can we do a for each key? Huh, actually I don't know. Can I just loop through a dictionary? I don't think so. I think you need to loop through a list. Yeah, so I think it's more something like this. I need to do again. I believe, I'm not sure. So I'm just gonna do this. So for each enemy type, we want to go. Okay, for each enemy type, we effectively want to go into our enemy spawn variables dictionary and set all the variables, right? Okay. So the variables I want to set, the first one would be spawn variables dot max on level, right? And that be something like that. Okay, but okay, let's just get rid of this. Okay, but then the next one, the accumulated amount, we don't need to set that to 0. We've already done that. Okay, so we just want to do the max on the level, and then we also want to do, yeah, we also actually want to do not the max on, but the max spawn rate. And that we want to do something like this, right? Okay, so we don't want any of this either. Okay, so we get our maximum spawn rate, we get our max enemies, and then we need to loop through this and set it. Now, the problem is these spawn ratios in my enemy ratio calculator is not connected. Like, I can't access them like that because the spawn ratio calculator is ass. It's terrible. Okay, let's fix it. Yeah, no, this is okay. This thing does exactly what I don't want it to do as well. Yeah, we need to get the spawn ratio. Now, we can get the spawn ratio. Okay, we can do this the dumb way first. So, get spawn ratio. We can have one function. Whoopsie daisies. Okay, let's just try this again. So we can get the spawn ratio, but... Okay, get spawn ratio, and what we want is a... enemy data dot enemy type, right? Okay. So you need to give us an enemy type if you want to get a spawn ratio. And it would be nice if I could loop this and etc, etc. But effectively what I'm just going to do for now is a switch statement where I have an enemy type given. Right, and we're going to match it to enemy data enemy type dot simple melee enemy, for instance, and then we return that ratio, and yeah, that's pretty much then all she wrote. But now, okay, this would be the ranged bomber enemy, and this would be the charged tank enemy. And we will return the appropriate ratio. Okay, and then all this can go away. Okay, so get spawn ratio. We need a default as well. Default return zero, I guess. There we go. Yeah, okay, we never need the crocodile boss anyway. Okay, so I would like this to be some kind of a loop in the future, but for now, that's good enough. Okay, so if we go back to our enemy spawn manager, so right here, we get the spawn ratio and we give it an enemy type. Right? So we get the enemy type and then we can calculate our max enemies on the level and the spawn rate for that specific enemy. Okay. Okay, so this is broken now, which is okay. I don't want that to work anymore anyway. Okay, so whenever we start a new level, we first up the amount of enemies that can be spawned and how quickly they can be spawned in total. So the global value. Then we go into our dictionary, and for each enemy type, we change the required ratios. Now we've done all the setup. So let's see if we can do this now. This is so hard. It's so difficult, damn. But this feels like beta code, at least. So now, in the future, I can just add more enemies. And I don't need to come and flip and add lines of codes per enemy every single time. I can just flip and come here, right? Okay. Should I make a dictionary of transforms? a holder dictionary. I think I'm legally obligated. Private. Could I put this? Nah. I'll just make a dictionary for this one. Yeah, the problem is the values. Right, I couldn't stick it in here. Yeah, that's fine. Enemy data dot enemy type, and then we just have a transform. This would be the enemy holders. Hello. I'm already not liking what I'm doing here. Because now I'm going to have to plug in the holder. Manually. So what I can do is I can make the holder. Okay, so what is the point of the holder? The holder is just a thing for me to check how many enemies are there at any given point on the level. But this might be foolish. I think it is, because I already have in my progression manner an enemy counter. Not in my, it's in my game manager. I have an enemy counter, and this thing already counts how many enemies are in the level based on enemy type. So I can just ask it how many enemies there are based on an enemy type. Yeah, I can totally do that. So we spawn and kill enemies, that's fine. We never ask it, you know, since you are counting the amounts of enemies, how many enemies are there? And that's way better than doing this holder nonsense. It's amazing how I almost went down the holder nonsense rabbit hole. Yeah, so I could literally just ask it. So I could have a public, well, it could return, what does it return? Enemy count is a integer, right? So we have enemy, this dictionary, enemy count dictionary. Yes, it returns an integer. So we can just public int get enemy count, and what we want is a enemy type, right? Yes. And then we can just do Now we can just return that number. Get enemy count dictionary, enemy type. Flippin'. And get enemy count is just this whole thing is an instance. So we can easily now in our spawn manager not have holders, because what's the point? It's maybe not a bad idea to have an enemy holder. Just so my hierarchy isn't too terribly, bad. Yeah, actually, but then let's add the holder to my spawn reinforcements instead. So it has a prefab for each enemy, and it also gets an enemy holder. And then we just put the enemy holder in here. And we don't actually ask for a holder anymore. So now all our enemies will just go into the holders, which is a little bit cleaner, I think, generally speaking. Okay, and then this thing, obviously, we don't need... Well, we don't have holders anymore, and we don't need this when we spawn enemies, and we don't need to have the holder here anymore, but I think I got rid of it anyway. Okay, so here we go. We now just have to find the amount of enemies, compare it. Yeah, so most of this is nonsense. Okay, so on every 5 seconds, here's what we do. We go through all our enemy types, right? So we go through all our enemy types. And we ask if our... So let's see. So the basic thing we can ask is just simply if the... so we want enemy counter dot get instance dot get enemy count. Okay, so let's maybe get... We're gonna have to do this counting multiple times. So let's do that in the beginning. So int enemy count is equal to enemy counter instance get enemy count of enemy type. Right, so we just get that number, and then we can simply use it multiple times. Right, so if the enemy count is less than, let's say, need to think about this. Okay, so the first way we could do this is we could just do enemy spawn variables. We just want enemy type. Okay, and the variable we want spawn variables dot max on level. Right, so if our count is less than our maximum enemies on the level, we can obviously do something about that. We can say, okay, that's great. So let's take our enemy spawn variables, enemy of enemy type, and we take these spawn variables. No. Dot accumulated amount. And we add to it the spawn rate. Right, so basically we go through and we add the spawn rate So I'm just thinking about this. So what do we want to do here? I think maybe we want to do something a little bit different. Maybe we want to decide on a spawn rate instead. But we want to do that for each enemy. So you want each enemy to get a spawn rate. So this way, okay, so this one is very straightforward if we just leave it like that. So it'll basically come in here and it will say, okay, let's go through all the enemies, count, see how many we have of each type, and then we effectively compare to the maximum of that type of enemy that we are allowed. Okay? And if we have less, we can add to the accumulated amount, that amount of enemies. The spawn rate. Now, that's good. And that'll work until we start reaching the maximum. Now, when we reach the maximum, we would only be able to spawn enemies at the max spawn rate of that enemy. Right? Yeah. Okay. So what we can do now, so let's say we have the maximum amount of bombers and Komodo dragons. Yeah, effectively what we would like, so let's say we have the maximum amount of bombers. Then we want to take the spawn rate of the bombers and add that to the spawn rates of the other two enemies, potentially. Yeah, this spawn rate thing is a bit weird. So, what if... So I'm just thinking about this, right? So this will work, but it will kind of limit the spawn rate to whatever the maximum is for that enemy type. So that would mean that there would never be a case or a situation where it can exceed the spawn rate, like when there are not enough enemies of that type, right? So what that basically means is if we have a massive shortage of small enemies, they won't spawn faster necessarily. They'll still spawn at their spawn rate until they reach their maximum again. Is that okay? Another way we could go about this is not have the spawn rates work in this way, but rather just have them be, let's say, a third. Let's say you can have the spawn rate be equally divided by all the enemies at the start. So let's say we have a spawn rate of 15. We have 3 enemies, so that means at the start of the level, they'll all spawn at a rate of 5. And then one of them reaches their max. And then we only have 2 enemies left that can spawn, so then they'll spawn at a rate of 7.5. And then when one of them reaches their max, the remaining enemy that still needs to reach their max will spawn at a rate of the complete 15. Would that be okay? Another way we could do this is have a number like that. But then we still limit it by the spawn ratio, and then it will go higher. So let's say we have a couple of variables. So let's think about this. Let's make our summary here a little bit longer. So let's say we have amount of enemies, or let's just call this the total spawn rate, and let's say it's 30, just to keep the math simple. And then we have SME, RBE, and CTE spawn rate, right? And let's say this one is 0.5, this one is 0.3 or 0.4, and then this one is 0.1. Now, normally what we do is we'll say, okay, so there's our spawn rate, this is our total spawn rate, so 30 times that. So this would become, 15. This one would be 3, and then this one would be 12, right? So that's what we do normally. But let's say we reach the max of this one. How would we get these two to go faster? Right, so what I'm thinking is we could have another factor of some sort checking the amount of enemies that are still. So we want this ratio, or these two numbers, to add up to that still, even if this one stops spawning. Is there simple math that we can do to get that working? What we can do actually, no, I don't know if this will work. It might not work exactly right. But okay, let's say we reach the max bombers, right? What if we changed our total spawn to the following? What if we added this? So this reaches its max, right? What if we added this to that, and we keep the other two ratios? So this will now become a ratio of 0.0, which would mean this is 0 because it's on max. I'm just testing something. I want to make the math not too complicated for myself here. Now the other one would be 0.5 times 42. So it'll go up to the rate of 21, obviously. And this one would go to a rate of 4.2, which is not a good rate, but it still does the accumulation thing. So then our total rate would be higher. Yeah, but not quite what we'd like it to be. So that doesn't quite help us. Okay. So, could we do it in another way? What if we had another rate multiplier? So what if we had a rate multiplier, which starts at 1. So we do this times 1 for each of them, right? Okay. And then one of them, again, ends. What happens if... So let's say the bomber enemies RBE max reached. So then we add this rate to that one. So this becomes 1.4, right? And then we do 1.4, 1.4, 1.4, but this obviously becomes 0.0. We don't actually change these numbers, right? But now we have 0.5 times 1.4 times 30. Oh, that's actually the same thing. So this would become 21 again. This becomes 0, and 0.1 times 1.4 times 30 is again 4.2. Okay, so I just did the same thing with some different math. Okay, and what if we also added this number, made this 42? So if we do both of those, this one would become 29.4. Yeah, that doesn't work. And this one would become 5.88. So now we're much greater than our spawn rate. It's difficult. Because I want to dynamically change these in some way, but so it goes up, but it doesn't go over. Right, because I have unless we add this to the remaining two in their respective ratios. Right, so we do 0.4 multiplied by something like, this could work, 0.5 over 0.6. Right, because 0.6 is the remaining spawn amount. So it takes up that amount of ratio. So this would give you 0.4 times 0.5 over 0.6. It'll give you 0.33333. Okay, then the other one. Right, we do the same thing, but it's 0.1 over 0.6. It's going to be, 0. Yeah. That's what I kind of knew. It's going to be that, right? And then we add those to the remaining spawn rate, so then SME would become equal to 0.5 plus 0.33333, and the CTE would become equal 0.1 plus 0.066666, and these would still add up to 1. So they wouldn't affect our rate. So this could be some way we can do that. Right. So how do we do that programmatically? Yeah, so we're going to have to keep track of quite a few things, I feel like. Unfortunate. Okay, but that works mathematically. Right, so let's think about how we implement that. So, when everything is fine, we don't have to do that. But we need some way to know what the So we need to get this number. And we need to know if we can change the spawn rates. So how do we get that? Maybe we have, instead of a max spawn rate, a start spawn rate. And then a actual spawn rate. These are going to be... Okay. Going to be some nested for loop nonsense going on here. I think that's the only way we can do it. So the first thing we do, obviously, is we just check for each enemy whether or not we have enough of them. Right? And if we have, we don't do anything. But what if we checked whether or not we have enough of them like this? So if we start with a small enemy, we're like, oh, we have enough. That means we need to take its ratio and add it to the pool of ratios that we can increase. And we need to save in some way that we have enough. Yeah, this is... I don't even know if it's necessary, if this is gonna help, or if this is gonna stay a thing in the future. Okay, we could very simply just do something like, okay, accumulated amount is set it to 0 if we have enough, right? Maybe I should make this just simple for now, because I might change the way this works entirely in the future. Yeah, so what we could do here is int. We can have a int enemy types required, or you just set it equal to 0, or okay, we could just make enemy types required, and we could kind of do, if this is less than, right, we can say enemy types requires equals, oh well, plus plus, right? Just add to it. We start off with none. We don't need any types. So if we don't have enough, we add it to the enemy types required. Right? Okay, so let's just do that. Okay, so we go through all our enemies and we just say, look, okay, let's get the count. Well, we don't need that anymore, so let's just put that over there. Let's say. So we get the amount of enemies, and we're like, okay, we actually don't have enough of them, so we just do enemy types required, right? Plus plus. And then we do, okay, cool. So let's say we have 3 enemy types. We start off with 0, and then we go through here, and we're like, okay, we have 2. right? So let's say we have 2 enemy types that need spawning. Okay. Then what we can do is we can calculate a spawn ratio now. How would we do this? How many enemy types do we have? Enemy types required. We could also do int total enemy types. And we could just say that's equal to 0 as well. Then we go through here and we just do total enemy types plus plus. So for each type we do that, and then the requireds we do something like that, and then we can do a float spawn ratio is equal to the enemy types. Let's say total enemy types spawn ratio multiplier. This is equal to the total enemy types divided by the enemy types required. And now we need to be careful if this is equal to 0. Yes. Okay, so let's just say it's 1, and then if, right, if enemy types required is not equal to 0, then this is equal to that instead. Okay, so we just have a spawn ratio multiplier. If it's not 0, we do that. So let's say there's 3 enemy types and we only need 1 enemy type, then the spawn ratio multiplier will multiply the enemy type we need. It will multiply its spawn ratio by this multiplier. Okay, so then we can go through here and we're going to, okay, for so we go through this again. I guess we need to go through this list again. There's no real way. Okay, but let's say, okay, so we calculate the ratio that we want to do, or the multiplier. Then we go through the enemies again and we say, okay, cool, let's just verify if you are the enemy that we need. So we could, in our spawn variables, we could have max on level, max spawn rate. What if we just have a required amount? Right, so that's the amount of enemies we still need. Oh wait, this is so much better. Yeah, if we just have the amount of enemies we still need, and we just divide that somehow by our spawn rate, or multiply it by our spawn rate, that's just fixes the whole problem. Wow. Jeez, like it. How am I so dumb? So then we can be like, okay, cool. We need 100 small enemies. What is our spawn rate? 5 enemies per second. Okay, well, that's our maximum spawn rate. Epiphany. I think so. I think so. So our spawn rate would be, let's think. So that's a spawn rate, but there might be a spawn Yeah, we can work with this. I believe. So what would be the required amount? The required amount of enemies would just be... Don't I already have that? That's the max on level. So the max on the level, we have the actual amount on level, and then we have the difference, which is the required amount. Okay? So the required amount of enemies is equal to the max amount of enemies at the start. Right. So right here where we do all this nonsense, we can also do, we can do one of these where we say the required amount is just equal to the maximum, right? We still need all the enemies. None of them have spawned, right? Okay. Now, we can then obviously, when we come here, we obviously don't have any enemies yet. But then we start spawning them at the spawn rate, right? So we can just go... Okay, wait. Is it going to work? Is it going to work? It's going to work. So we can just basically see. So we can go through all our enemy types, right? Let's see. So we go through all our enemy types. And we ask if the required amount of enemies let's see if our... Well, we should calculate the required amount of enemies. Right. I think so. Yeah, so we should go to enemy... Oh, jeez. Enemy spawn variables. We get the... Well, we put in the enemy type, right? And then we do the required spawn variables dot required amount. Velks. How's it going, man? You asking if I did computer science in college? No, I did not at all. Does it show? Is it obvious? I am self-taught for the most part. I had like one coding module in second year when I was doing my mechanical engineering degree, but it was super basic, right? Introduction to coding type of module, not anything like a computer science degree. Okay, so we get the required amount. How did I learn? Mostly self-taught. I think I learned a lot. So I did Harvard CS50, right? That's a course they have. That's free. Anybody can attend that. So it's like their introduction to computer science module that they teach at Harvard for their computer science courses. So I did that because it's online and it's free, right? So that was a very good one, just to see if I'm even capable of doing this, because it's quite challenging, I thought. Well, a lot of people think it's quite challenging, right? So it's not just me. And then I went and I did some other courses through OSU, which is also an open source type of degree. It's basically just an accumulation of courses and a course breakdown and things like that. So you can technically progress through a computer science degree with open source and free resources. You don't obviously get a degree, but you've done most of the work. I got like, I don't know, a quarter of the way through that. And then I decided to just focus on a big project. So I was like, okay, cool. I have like quite a bit of the basics down. I just want to do a project and learn while doing. And that's kind of what the game dev became, right? It's like, I don't just want to learn for learning's sake necessarily. I want to learn because I have a project that I want to finish, right? And I think that has helped me a lot, right? This keeps me way more motivated to continue pressing on than just learning for learning's sake ever did. So yeah, I would recommend do a project, right? You're gonna spend a lot of time on YouTube and some other places just watching tutorials or reading the documents or whatever, but it's definitely, I think it's more fun, right? I like learning this way. Yeah, I still have to go and do that because I want to do a Unity UI toolkit, but I have no idea what to do with that, or how it works. I keep putting it off. I need to go binge a couple of YouTube videos on how to use that thing. Okay, so the required amount would just be equal to the count. So we can get the amount of enemies. Well, actually, it would just be equal to our... Oh, for crying out loud. What did I just do? I pasted something I shouldn't have pasted. Hey, thanks for the follows, man. The follows. Oh, you starting in... Oh, you are actually starting a proper computer science degree or something like that. Something like a computer science degree. Okay. So, here we go. We calculate the required amount. Okay, fantastic. So we see we still need a ton of enemies. Okay. I wonder... Yes. Yeah, I totally had an epiphany. Okay, then we can do this. We could just get a new spawn ratio. So the spawn rate for this would just then be equal to the maximum amount of enemies that we can have on the level. No, not quite. It'll be... Hey, this is not the rate. This is the ratio. This is the spawn ratio will change. And the spawn ratio will now be equal to the maximum spawn rate, which is this enemies per 5 seconds max, multiplied by the required amount of enemies divided by the maximum amount of enemies that can be on the level at any given point. This is gonna get me somewhere. So let's think about how this will actually now work. So instead of all this rubbish, we start off like this. So let's type it out. So this is how it's gonna go now. We're gonna start off and say, okay, look, our max enemies is equal to 100. Then our small enemies is equal to 80. Okay, max, right? Is equal to 80. So let's just do 80 for those guys. And SM, and then the ranged bomber enemies max is equal to 20. So doing this calculation, okay, and our spawn rate is equal to 5 enemies per second, right? Just that's our set spawn rate. That's how quickly we want enemies to spawn. Now, look at this. We can now go... is this correct, though? Is this correct? I don't know. I might have to tweak this a little bit, but we're getting there. This is way closer to what I need. So we can then go and say, okay, cool. We know our maximum enemies. How fast should we spawn them? Well, it'll just be equal to, so SME, so this is our small enemies, spawn rate should just be equal to the maximum spawn rate of 5 multiplied by 80 over 100. So an 80% spawn rate. Okay, max enemies might be the wrong thing to use here. I think it must be the total required enemies. I think that is the better thing to use. Yeah. So instead of max enemies, but at the start, this is true, right? At the start, this is absolutely true. And then our ranged bomber enemy spawn rate would be 5 times 20 over 100. But then we go and the game kind of continues. And, you know, our required enemies, this is the total required enemies for the whole level. So there's a bunch of enemies on the level. Let's say we need 60 enemies. Right, we still know what the max is for these two. But there are 60 enemies in total. So what we do then is... Okay, and here the maxes were all the same, right? Then we can calculate SME required. And we can calculate RBE required. Right, and let's say we need 30 of these and... no, that doesn't work at all. Let's say we need 70 of these. No, that doesn't work. Okay, we need 55 of these, but we only need 5 more bombers. Then our SME spawn rate would be equal to 5, which is our max spawn rate, multiplied by 55 over 60. Right? And our RBE spawn rate would also be equal to 5, but multiplied by the required amount, 5, over the total required amount, which is 60. And then we keep our total spawn rate at 5, but it will ramp up depending on what type of enemy we need. That's so much better. That's so much better. That is actually a lot better. Okay, so we can say total enemies required here, for instance. So every 5 seconds, total enemies required. Required. So we calculate this number. So this would be something like, we need to find out how many enemies there are in total. Now, all the enemies were placed into... Okay, well, our enemy counter should be able to do this for us, right? So the enemy counter, is there any way to just get all the enemies? Enemy count obviously goes up and down. So yeah, we typically return for a specific enemy type. Yeah, so maybe we need a loop so we can add all the enemy types. Yeah. Actually, that's perfect. That's gonna work fine. Okay, so what we do? So we can just set the total enemies required equal to the max enemies on the level. But it's not gonna be that, but it might be that actually to start off with. Let's actually put this over here. Right? Then we loop through our enemies, and that we could say we can calculate the total enemies on the level as well, right? So we can do int total enemies on and this would just be equal to 0 initially, right? So we just have no enemies. Okay, then when we go through the enemies, we can do total enemies plus equal the enemy counter and the enemy type, right? So we just do this. So we take each. Okay, and this also means it might be worth it to do this. And then we have an enemy count. Okay, so we get for a specific enemy type the amount of that enemy. Then we add it to our total enemies. Great. Then the required amount per enemy we have to calculate as well, which is what we do here. We see how many enemies we should have, how many enemies we have, which is now just enemy count. We don't need to do this multiple times, right? So now we have this number and we have this number after this loop completes. We have this number for each enemy after this loop completes. Right, and then this spawn rate we can't calculate there because we first need to complete this loop so we know these numbers. Then we can calculate the spawn rates for each enemy. Yeah, so then we go through this loop again and we calculate the spawn rates. And I think I'm going to call this just not even max spawn rate, just spawn rate straight. Spawn rate, max on level, accumulated amount. I don't even know if that's necessary, but we'll see. So yeah, our spawn rate, actually I don't want this at all calculated there. Spawn ratio, I think I want this to be get, let's just call it get enemy ratio, right? So it's not a spawn ratio, it's the ratio of enemies. And then we have a required amount is equal to the max. Okay, all that works. It's a bit messy, but it works. Now we can go through this and we can calculate this, and we can basically say enemy ratio. Yeah. So we want our spawn rate, and we can say this is equal to the required amount of enemies, right? Divided by the total enemies required. But before we did that, we should have, after that loop, updated the total enemies required to be equal to the max enemies that we need on the level minus the total enemies. Right, that gives us how many we still need. Now we can do, for each enemy, we can calculate the new spawn rate. So now we have different spawn rates depending on the enemy type, the amount they are and still needs to be, and the spawn rate will always add up to 1. Now, we just need to make sure that if our total enemies required is equal to 0, we don't accidentally do anything. So this should only happen if our total enemies required is greater than 0, I would say, because negative numbers will also cause problems, right? Yeah, so now we can't have 0 or negative numbers because dividing could be an issue here. Okay, so that'll give us a spawn rate. Now we just need to check a couple of things. So required amount, that's a float. Total enemies required is technically an int. So we should cast this to a float when we do this. The only reason I want to do this is because it's going to round down to 0. And I don't necessarily want that to happen. Okay, so we get rid of all that nonsense. Okay, cool. So now our spawn rate has been updated. No, this is the spawn ratio, not the spawn rate. We still need, actually, to have the spawn rate multiplied by this number. By the ratio. So the spawn rate multiplied by the ratio. Okay, fantastic. So now we have proper spawn rates. And what we can actually do here in the same breath is we can increase the accumulated amount. Right? Do we need the accumulated amount? I don't remember. I think we might still need that. Okay, so we just want the accumulated amount to increase by our spawn rate. Okay, so we have our spawn rate, and we just add the amount of that enemies to our pool, so we don't need these accumulated amounts anymore. Okay, so we did that. Now let's see. Okay, enemies per spawn point. Okay. We have our accumulated amounts. Could we do for each enemy just spawn that enemy? Yes, we can. We can for sure do that. So let's see if we can't figure out how to incorporate all of this into the same loop. So after that, we can do enemies. We can just do a float. Float enemies per SP, which is a spawn point, is just equal to the accumulated amount, right? Divided by this spawn point count. Okay. So we do that, so we don't need this anymore. Okay. And then we need to go through each spawn point. So then we need to loop through the spawn points. Right? And for each spawn point, we need to do... Okay, we need to round this down and then have the... reduce the accumulated amount. Okay, that's not a problem. So we do we actually take the accumulated amount. Okay, we subtract the enemies per spawn point, but we make sure this is a rounded number. Okay, so you subtract it from there. That's exactly what this does. And then we spawn like this. What do we spawn? So enemies, yeah. So we spawn this amount again over here. So we spawn that. And then this is just enemy type. And spawn point. That is quite a bit better. We've done it. Everything's in a loop, and I can now add as many types of enemies as I desire, and none of this is going to become irrelevant, or none of this is going to break, right? If I have in the future now, I have only 3 types of enemies right now, but if I have 40 types of enemies into the future, that's just okay. That's fine. That'll work out. Okay, now the only thing we need to think, enemy type, we have boss enemies as well, which I think they are currently, so we're going to loop through the boss enemies as well every time we do this, right? Yeah. So we just need to make sure that this thing that calculates the spawn ratio returns 0 for any boss enemies. Yeah. Yeah, so we need... Yeah, okay, so the ratio by default will be 0, so they won't be that type of enemy. Okay, now I'm happy with that. And then these spawn ratios, obviously we need to calculate those in some way based on the level. Flippin' cool. I'm so happy with myself. What is happening here? Let me just make sure it's nothing I need to attend to. It doesn't seem like it is. Okay, nice, guys. I'm gonna take a break. Actually, let me go take a break. Just 2 minutes. Go to the restroom, get a coffee refill, then we'll grind out some more code. So let me just save everything. Okay, let me give you something that moves to look at. There you go. Hide my face. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Oops. Okay, I didn't unmute myself. I have returned. Got some coffee. Got a blanket. It's hard, man. It's hard. It's cold. It's not hard, it's cold. It's maybe better. Okay. Let's keep going. What were we doing? Okay, so I think all my spawn my spawn calculator, the ratio calculator is terrible. Okay, so this isn't good at anything, but yeah, at least. Yeah, no, this is yeah. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll build a nice function to get this going as well later. Okay, but at least I think my spawn manager is good. I'm gonna say it's good, right? Yes, I like this so much. Damn, it feels so good. I'm definitely in the wrong career path. I'm telling you, should have been a programmer. Okay, now let's see how much of this we can delete, right? So apparently I can delete all of this. I can delete all of this. I can delete all of this. Yeah, look at all that variables just going away. Update number, XP multiplier, spawn timeout minutes. What nonsense is that? Go away. Go away. This one's a bit weird, right? We'll keep that one for now. This is specifically for the crocodile. So we'll just... No, it's not. No. We call this all the time. Never mind, I'm dumb. Okay. These are nice dictionaries. Okay. What is the update number used for, actually? Don't know. Where else is this thing used? Nowhere. We just set it. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I need that anymore. I don't think so. I think I'm going to take all this out. Yeah, so that was... so what I did previously is... Yeah, no, all of this is pointless. Let's just get rid of it. So I had this enemy progression system. So the waves normally just went on forever, right? And with that, you kind of needed to try and motivate the player to finish the wave. So you just make the enemies stronger. So he's like, oh, I need to finish the wave, otherwise I'm going to die. But it felt shit. So we got rid of that. Enemy holders is not a thing because we can just use the counter. Okay. Okay, spawn point count, that's okay. Enemy spawn variables, okay, that's just setting up all the dictionary stuff, and there we go. Okay. Yeah, I think we're there. Right, and just make sure. Okay, so this is reset every time we want to spawn enemies so that we can recalculate it at that point before we spawn enemies. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we still have our maximum spawn rate. And then we divide that, or we multiply that by our level. So the levels do get harder. I like this. Okay. Let's see, what do we need to plug in everywhere? I think our spawn manager needs a couple of things plugged in. Yeah, more and more things are becoming irrelevant. Never use assigned value. So that's in our game manager, actually. Oh, yes, I had to take over, right? So none of this is required here anymore. It's now being done somewhere else. Yeah, we can get rid of that as well. That's not a problem. Okay. let's drink some coffee. I got some coffee and I'm not drinking it. Pretty hot. Okay, I think my spawn manager just needs something. No, my spawner. It just needs a holder, right? So we can just make a enemy holder. And we delete these two. So this is just a place to put all the enemies, just so it's a bit neater. Yeah, so we got everything. So now if I go to like my tower entrance level and I look at my spawn manager, I can now, for this level for instance, set the maximum enemies that I can have on the level and my spawn rate. Okay, let's leave that one like that. And then my forest level is obviously a mess. This should all be inside of decorations, please. Wow. Wow. What did I just do? I moved them all into decoration, I'm sure. Let's just collapse that. Oh no, I did not. Okay. All of you need to be inside of decorations. Thank you. Okay. So it's not totems. Enemy spawn manager. So we have the spawn holder. So we look at this thing. Total enemies on level is 50. And the enemies per 5 seconds is 10. Let's just make it 50. So that I basically get all the enemies immediately. And I want to see them stop, right? That's at least the idea. So let's have a go. Play. Let's see how this goes. Let us see how this game goes. Okay, we can ignore those. It's fine. So let's just take the ninja. Ooh, this is a slow totem. Let's just get rid of the slow totem. Okay, cool. So we got a bunch of enemies here. Surely that's not 50 though, is it? Okay, there we got some more. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's just run around. Let's see if... Okay, that's quite a few. Is this 50 enemies? I have no idea. Let's pause. Is that what 50 looks like? So, we should go here and we can go to our spawn manager enemy holder. That's so much cleaner, hey? So now all the enemies are in one place. I don't know if we can just select all of them and know how many we selected. Wait, really? Okay, so something isn't quite working. 164. So it seems like it did spawn 50 a few times. Okay, let's look at our spawn manager and let's just see. Okay, so either the enemy max enemies on level 55. Okay, that's okay. So that's all good. Let's go to our enemy counter and see what it thinks. Oh wait, we can't see this. That's right. Okay, let's put some debug statements in so we can just see what's happening here. We want to put it in the spawn manager. So every time we spawn, maybe we ask it to tell me the enemy count, maybe? Right? Right here. We could just do debug .log, and let's say it says enemy type .toString. Okay, plus enemy count. Okay, that's so name and count every time it runs this loop, and that only happens every 5 seconds, right? So it's not going to spam me that much, and there's only 4 types, so we should see that. Let's see. What'll happen, it'll run after 1 second, right? There's a 1 second delay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, simple. Okay, it counts the other. Yeah, okay, those two are. Okay, so there's already 57 of them. So it did spawn. Where are these guys coming from still? Okay. Okay, let's just go to the other level and see. Okay, so there's no more enemies. Okay, now there's 150 small enemies immediately. So that number should go down now. Yeah. Alright, now it should go down a lot. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so it's kind of like they didn't... at the end of the wave, it wasn't reset or something. So let's just, okay, so my counter is not counting correctly, it seems like as well. Okay, so when the wave ends, my enemies die. So the enemy counter, kill enemy, is referenced once inside of my enemy manager. So let's see. So death occurs, right? Which changes the kill count. Huh. How do I get rid of all my enemies at the end? On wave ended, okay, so let's see. On wave ended. Yeah, we actually don't kill enemies here. So we don't do the kill enemy on the enemy counter, which means the amount of enemies do not get reset. So in our enemy counter, kill enemy obviously does a bunch of things. What it should do okay, so that's fine. So if I actually kill an enemy, I do want the count to go down. I also want the total enemy killed to go up, because that's my kills. But when the wave resets, I should make the enemy count reset as well. Yes. Yeah, so the game manager, I think I can just connect that. So yeah, on wave reset, we already have that. On wave timer reset. Okay, let's just make sure that happens at the correct moment when I want it. Okay, so it happens at the beginning. That's okay, we could do that. And then it happens here when we have a new wave. Okay, that's fine. So we can listen for that, and the enemy counter can not do nothing, but it can basically go through this loop, essentially. and not reset my kill count, but reset all the other things. Yeah, so it just enemy count gets reset. Okay, that's fine. I also want to hide these two because they kind of mess up the game a bit, because they just random, you know, I just have them there for testing purposes. Okay, so let's try. Duck Ninja Go. Okay, so the first time it ran, there's nothing. Okay, I'm not going to kill anybody. Now there's 56, which is about right, okay? So it rounded a little bit. Okay, if I pause and I go here to enemy holder, and I click down there to there, it should show 56 enemies. Where the hell are these guys coming from? Do I have a spawn point over here? Yeah, there's something weird going on. Where are you coming from? Let's just go look at my spawn points. There's one there, there, there. What the hell? Okay, so now I can kill them and, you know, do all kinds of things. Okay, so it kind of overshot a little bit, it seems. I wonder if that's a rounding error. Okay, but anyway, let's see what happens on the next level. As we get the Robin, now there are no enemies. Okay, that's fine. And then there are 60 of those, which is about right. Okay, so there was 30 of them that round. So it spawned some more, right? So it checked, there were 30, and then it spawned a few more. Let's see how many it spawned, actually. Is that 90? It spawned another 60. Not the correct amount. Okay, so let's go debug that. Yeah, so I thought it was doing something like that. So there was 60, I killed 30, right? And then it went here and it said, oh, total enemies required is max enemies. Okay, that's not right entirely. Total enemies is 0. But it should still run this to get the count. And the count's correct. It should have counted 30. It did count 30. It added the 30 to total enemy counts. Then the total enemy required. Okay, so let's get rid of that. So I'm convinced that's fine. Okay, let's do debug.log, and what we want is just total enemies required. Let's just do. Okay, enemies required is that number, right? Okay. And basically what it says, if the total enemies required is equal to greater than 0, let's see, then the spawn rate would be equal to enemies per 5 seconds max multiplied by the required amount of enemies, which it got over here. So that should be like 30 over total enemies required, which is 30, which means the spawn rate is... Oh. Because this was 50. Okay, I see how it's happening. It's because the rate is still 5 per second, or 50 per second, And it calculates this and it gets a 1, right? Because there's only one enemy type. And 50 times 1 is 50, and then it spawns 50. Okay, I already figured it out. I don't need this. Okay. So effectively, what we want to do when we spawn the enemies... Okay, so we calculate enemies per spawn point. Okay, so the accumulated amount is increased by the spawn rate, right? Okay, so we should make sure that we don't exceed our max. Yeah, so right here when we do spawn enemies by the enemies per spawn point, so we should calculate enemies per spawn point, and then we should actually ask if enemies per spawn point, no, enemies, no, we should maybe do this even before this. Okay, so we have our accumulated amount. So our accumulated amount can be higher than our spawn rate, right? That's not the problem. Than our max. No, can it? I don't think it can. Yeah, but basically what's happening is it's trying to spawn everything that's accumulated. And then it obviously resets the accumulated amount per spawn point by that amount. But the problem is if our accumulated amount is actually greater than our, yeah. So let's try. So that could be the case. So I'll fix this now. If our accumulated amount is actually, for some reason, great. Okay, let's say less than the maximum amount. Not quite. This would be... Okay, so we're still in here. So our accumulated amount, we added that. And then we can say if our accumulated amount is less than the... Just want to make sure here. The required amount. Okay, if it's less than the required amount, then the amount of enemies per spawn point okay, we just do that. Right, so let's think about this. So we require 30, let's say. But then the accumulated amount actually is 50. Okay, then we don't want to spawn the accumulated amount. We only want to spawn the required amount. So if the... Yeah, if it's less, then it's that. Else... Okay, so the alternative is this is just equal to... So if we just spawn the required amount in this case. Exactly, and not the accumulated amount. Yeah. I think that'll work. So basically what's happening is we accumulate in this accumulated amount too many enemies. Now normally this is not going to be the case. It's only the case when our spawn rate is very high. So if our spawn rate was like 5, and we see that we need 50 more enemies. If we spawn at the maximum spawn rate, it's not going to make a difference. The problem is our spawn rate might be higher than the amount we require, right? So let's say our spawn rate was 5, but we only need 1. Well, then we should only spawn 1 enemy. Okay, we should also just think about, so our accumulated amount is now very high. So let's say we accumulate 50, but we only spawn 20. So then we subtract 20, but our accumulated amount is still very high. So what if we just set our accumulated amount equal to... Yeah, that might be better. So what if we just did this? If our accumulated amount is actually greater than our required amount, then we can just maybe take our accumulated amount, set it to equal the required amount of enemies. All right. We make it equal to the required amount of enemies. And then our spawned enemies will still be this formula with the accumulated amount instead. We don't have an else. We don't set it there. There we go. That's even better. Yeah, so we calculate this and then we just do a check and we like, okay, wait a minute. Is our accumulated amount greater than a required amount? If it is, then we say, no, that cannot happen. We can make it equal to, so we reduce our accumulated amount, and then obviously we're going to subtract our accumulated amount. Yeah, we'll subtract it here. Now, is this going to be a problem ever? It might. So it might never spawn that 1 enemy because it divides it by the spawn. Yeah, so it might not ever accumulate. So what if we say the accumulated amount, if it's greater than the required amount plus 5, let's say, or plus the spawn point count, right? If that is the case, then we just set it equal to the required amount. So what this would do is we set it equal to the required amount. Okay, that's okay. Then we go here and we like, okay, divided by the spawn point. Or let's think about this. Let's say we require 1. The require amount is 1, but our spawn rate is 5. So then it will do 1 times 5. Okay. And then we come here and we're like, okay, our accumulate amount is 5, but we only require 1. Our spawn points are also 5. So then this is 6. So we don't do that. And then we do spawn them. It's going to end up being a slightly more, but not that much more. But in the case of like 20s and 50s, it'll be like, okay, we need 20 enemies. This goes to 50. Then it comes here and it's like, okay, the accumulated amount is 50, but we only need 20 plus 2 is 25. So when we set it to 20, and then that's better. Yeah, I like that. This will work out perfectly, I think. And let's see. Let's just see. So I want my amount of enemies to stick around. And I also want to see where the hell these guys are spawning from, actually. Let's play and let's just check the spawn location. So I'm just going to let them spawn and then immediately pause. Let's see what happens. So spawn them, pause. Okay. So we're at the entrance. Okay, so we have a clump there, and a clump there. And a clump there. So it seems like some of them spawn over here, but why? Oh, it sees the enemy holder. Ah, that makes so much sense. The enemy holder is another spawn point. Okay, I understand. I understand now. Okay, but we can fix that. That's not a big deal. Okay, so we can, we're killing a bunch of enemies. La la la, it's so fun. We're doing our thing. Let's go get rid of this totem. Get an item. Okay, and now let's just pause. Oh, well, we can already see that the spawned amounts are much lower, right? So it's only enough to make up what we kill and not a million enemies, right? So right now, okay, here they come. So let's just go into our enemy. Wait. Oh yeah, no, it's empty. Let's go here. So there should be 60. Yeah. Now, even if I go like that. Oof. Okay, did not like what I just did. I think it's because of, yeah. Okay, we pause. We just do a quick count. 62. Right? So it can go a little bit higher, but it's never going to do another 50. It'll just top it up continuously. Okay, that's very good. That's very good. Now I just need to go fix my base level. Because my base level... so the way the spawn manager works currently is it just looks at what's inside of it. And the enemy holder is inside of it. So it just thought, oh, cool, here's the enemy holder. It must be another spawn point. Right, because that's what it does. It just looks at what's inside, and those it considers spawn points. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be inside of it. It can be over there. That's fine. Okay. Let's play it again. I just want to make sure it don't spawn anything there. Goody. Let's take the chicken for a spin for a change. Okay, so we let them spawn. We just pause. Yeah, and there's nothing over there. The clumps are all at the spawn points. So there's a bunch of them there, and a bunch of them there, and a bunch of them there. Perfect. Oh, this is a slow totem. I will not falter. I am the chicken knight. Apparently, I don't do a lot of damage against wooden poles, but I've done it. Okay, so now that our spawning is fixed, which took me way longer than I thought it would. Like, I started this day thinking, okay, it's going to take me like 20 minutes to fix the spawn manager, and then I'll need to figure out what I have to do for the rest of the stream. It's been 3 hours and 15 minutes. No, I'm not going to try and play the game like proper now. Okay, let's go. Next level. Yeah. Okay, so we can close that. Okay, let's see if we can actually get to, some other levels. We can fix bugs and stuff for the rest of the stream, I think. So one of the bugs, obviously, is these totems. When you break them the first time, they don't come back working. They're just broken forever. I don't think it happens with the enemies, right? So we can test that. So I think if I destroy this one now, this is a attack damage totem. I should actually just destroy all the totems so it's easier to see. This is a... What does this one do? It reduces my attack damage, right? So you can see I do 12 now. Damn it. Okay. Oh, we'll do it from the next level. I kind of forgot what I that I needed to do that still. Movement speed. Let's take the duck. Okay, so let's see. This one is a movement speed increase. This one's a damage decrease. So damage decrease, very easy to notice. Yeah, like I do 5 damage against the totem. Okay, it's destroyed. Okay, we're already getting frogs. Okay, this one should increase their speed. Yeah, it definitely does. Okay. Yeah, so you can see I'm killing mostly lizards, and only more lizards are spawning and running out of the forest. The frog bunch stays consistent, which is perfect, right? That is what I want. Okay, so let's see. Okay, this is a different type of totem. This one increases enemy damage. And then we have a slow totem. It's still working. And let's just destroy it. Okay, so we can now see if that one spawns again. If it's still working. This is a damage. I think I destroyed this one already. No. I don't know. Can't remember. Okay, I don't want to just die. Yeah, so we're not getting more frogs. I think this is good. This is exactly, if you kill small enemies, more of them will come. If you kill frogs, more of them will come. If you don't kill frogs, because what typically happened was, you know, the frogs will just continue to spawn indefinitely, and eventually you just have a level of frogs. Nothing else, right? Death meowth. I think I said that right. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Okay, let's just do, I don't know, some random stuff. Doesn't matter. Start level. Okay. This is a speed up totem. It doesn't affect me, so I can't check. This is a damage totem. I think it still works. Let's see. Yeah, 2.3. That is more damage than normal. Okay, so they work. So enemy totems don't have a problem. It's the... Okay, this one still works, but it seems like I never destroyed it. I just started destroying it. Die, frogs. Ugh. Okay, I don't want to die. I'm going to have to get another character for the next level. This guy is he's a bit battered. Bruised. Okay, but at least I got all the totems. So if we go with the Robin, for instance, we should be able to notice... Yeah, so look, this doesn't work. Oh no. Did it happen? Oh damn, it's the Komodo level. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, that one doesn't work either. So we still do full damage. What the hell? Okay. This is horrible. How many enemies did it actually spawn? I think it spawned, because the spawn ratio was 1 for each of them. Which is not correct, but that's what it is. So I think it would have spawned 150 enemies, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just check. So in our enemy holder now, if I click there and I click all the way over here, 220. Oh yes, because there's a multiplier of, yeah, there's some multiplier, so it'll be more. That's like 70 enemies per, so it's like a 40% increase. Right? I think I can check that actually. In the game manager, no. In the progression manager. No, where the hell do I check that? I think it's in the spawn manager. What am I thinking? Yeah, it's in the spawn manager. If I look at the debug mode. Okay, the wave spawn multiplier is a 60% multiplier. And it's 50, so we're actually getting 80. I must have killed a couple. Yeah, that might be. Yeah. That makes sense. Damn. Yeah, so that means 80 per type. So there should be around 240 enemies, which is not impossible. I got stuck on a rock. Oh no! These. Okay, so that's also a bug, right? Okay, so the one is just a balance problem. The other one is a bug. Okay, let's fix the balance problem quickly. It's really straightforward. Basically all I did in the calculation script, I was just being lazy. So for the first 3 levels or so, first 2 levels actually, we do only small enemies, and then from level 3 onwards we have frogs, and then from level 6 onwards we'll have all of them, but the 6 onwards one is this one. So what I should do is, well, I could change this. I can make this like 80-20, and then I can make this one like, let's say 60%, 30%, 0.1. Right? Now it's not going to be 300, because it literally went from, it literally tripled the amount of enemies, right? Because each of the ratios was 1 exactly. Okay, so that's the one thing. Now the totems, let's think about that. When the totem gets destroyed and it respawns, it doesn't then again enable the effect for characters. Let's see what the hell that's about. So let's open the base totem. Let's close the debug mode, because that's just crazy. Okay, so let's see. We have the building, enemy building manager. So let's go in here. I think that's where it is. Or is it in the enemy? Might be in the effects, to be honest. Okay. So let's see. Something moves into the area. And it basically asks, okay, so we move into the area and it's like, okay, cool. Is it a character debuff? If it's is, and the player is in the effect area. Oh, wait, this is it. The player is not in the effect area. Something. I don't know. Actually, don't know. Okay, player in effect area equals, it does a check sphere. And this might be true. So it switches on and off, right? And I think that might be the problem here. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, so the player walks out of the effect area or the thing just gets destroyed. Yeah, disable effect area should make player in effect area equals false. I think that is the only difference, because what happens was the effect area gets disabled, but it doesn't set this to false, which means it can't set it back to true ever, because it's already true. So it already thinks the buff is applied or not applied, which it's not. I think that's all it is. Okay. Yeah, I do think it's that simple. So we can check, and we can sort of check if we don't have a massive amount of enemies on level 6. So let's go. I should make these shorter. It's fun to play, right? Let's just play the game. It's okay. It's a nice game. It's not that hard or that tedious to just play the game a little bit. Okay, so these ones work. Oh wait, no, this is one that actually also gets broken normally. Okay, we got it. And let's just go here and slap this thing to just reduce the time a little bit quicker. There we go. Okay, so let's just look for, yeah, big slow one. Very easy to notice. And a damage one. There we go. Let's get the Robin. Okay, and obviously it spawned another type of a different level. So hey. Okay, so there should be some frogs coming. Yeah, there they are. They're not a lot. I reduced the amount, right? Quite a bit. So they appear, but they're not like, yeah, I don't know. There's not masses of them. I wonder if I want the spawn time reduced. Because it's spawning every 5 seconds now. And it's okay, but I don't know. It's not great. Okay, let's see. I don't think this one has spawned before. Get poisoned. I didn't kill it. Need to go back. Got it. It's been slain. Okay, let's see. The ninja should be healed. Okay, I've killed this one before, right? Ah, damn it, it doesn't work. He still does all this damage. And I think the slow one also not doing anything. So where do I have to do this then? What is the problem? It takes me too long to test this, by the way, but anyway. Okay, so disable the effect area. So play in effect area is false. Enable effect area, maybe that's when we have to do it. So when we enable the effect area, we make the play in effect area false. Right, so we start off with it being false, which means it's true here. And then as soon as the character, and it's a character debuff, this is false. Play in effect area. If play in effect area, get component character debuff, apply debuff. Just see, apply debuff. So we set the debuff totem, we set the range, debuff apply true, strength, blah blah blah. Okay. And then we get the debuff amount. Okay, remove debuff. Should be called when the thing is destroyed. Alright. Actually, disable effect area. Yeah, we do call it then. So we do remove debuff when it's disabled. Okay, let's see if this is the problem. Now, okay, let's just try it. Not gonna worry too much about. Not gonna worry too much about too many things. Let's just say. Okay, let's take the owl. The owl's gonna get an update soon, so We'll use the good old Goofy Owl for a bit more. Our goofy friend. What? How did I take 2 damage there? Okay, let's just go to the slow totem. Okay, so the slow works initially, right? So that's good. Okay, it gets destroyed. And we just kind of go. I could obviously just make myself way stronger to make the testing go faster. Let's try again. Okay, so this is now a different level. Let's just destroy this one. It got destroyed. It got annihilated. Okay, try again. Okay, here we have the big debuff. Slow again. Why not? I don't understand this. Okay, let's get our debug mode out. Okay, let's go look at the player to start off with, right? So our player, not the player, the character, right? Does have a debuff thing. Debuff applied is false. Hey, Mustafa Bores. On YouTube, I should specify, because people don't know where you're coming from on Twitch side. Ah, thanks, man. Thanks. I am going pretty fast, I think, too. It seems like I'm going fast, right? Okay, let's see. So if I move in here, yeah, the debuff is not being applied for some reason, but it should be. Am I not applying? What the hell am I doing wrong? How is it not being applied? Let's look at that totem. So it's group 2. Totem 1, right? What are you doing? Okay, so that's just layers. Effect radius, that's okay. Play in effect area. It gets that as true. Wait, am I in the effect area currently? No, I'm not. Okay, but now I am. I don't understand this. Okay, let's go destroy it. Then the play in effect area should go back to false. Which it doesn't. That's weird. Why does that happen? Disable effect area. Who calls this? Destroy totem. So it should get area effects. Dot disable effect area effects from the manager. So it does that, right? Okay, it should set that. Okay, I removed this. Let's put that back. This is so hard. I don't know why. This is such a. It seemed like such a simple bug. Oh damn! I didn't stop the game. Let's just stop the game. Restart the game. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, we'll just take the ninja. Okay, so here we have a totem. Let's click on it, right? So let's go. This should be our first level. Okay, we should go to group 1. Okay, so group 1's totem is active. So this is at play in effect area. Is effect active? Yes. Play in effect area? No. Correct. I move into the effect area. Yeah. Move out. No problems. If I destroy this, both of those go off. Okay. All of this seems good. Okay, so that works. Let's just slap this stone. And let's go to the next level and see what is up over here. Okay, so we know that bit of code works. Let's just go get a totem that does something. Ah, we're crying out loud. It's a damage reduction totem. That's annoying. But I'm a fast duck, so it's not really a problem. I think I re-enable all the totems every round. I just need to show it. So I can show that totem again, right? So let's just start. Let's pause. Okay, so I can't remember. Forest level. So let's just show all the groups. Okay. Okay, this is a bit rough. Which totem is it even? I think it's this one, right? Yeah, it's not working. Okay. So it still doesn't work. Okay, let's go to our level manager. Let's remove the forest level, and so we'll just do the tower entrance. Just so it's a little bit easier to cycle through the totems and see what's happening. Okay, start duck ninja, start, let's go. Okay, this one doesn't matter. Oh, we'll kill it anyway. Get destroyed! Should give myself just a lot of damage, so this is easier to test. I should build a whole flippin' testing system so this is easier to test, but that's also a lot of work, so we'll just keep doing it this way. Are you the same totem? Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go here. So group 1, I think group 1 has a slowing totem. I think. Yes, it does. So we'll just enable group 1 and disable any other group. Okay. Now it's a slowing totem. Okay, so but everything works when I destroy it, right? We've seen that before. Okay, right, it's destroyed. Everything should be fine. So if I click on the totem itself, it knows I'm not in the effect area. If I click on the player, it knows, I think, that it's not in the effect area. Not the player, the character. Debuff applied is false. Okay, we still have the totem data, but the applied is false, right? So that's okay. Destroy all totems. Okay, nice. So let's just do this. We'll take the duck again, right? Okay, let's just pause and let's activate this group and disable this group. Okay, let's click on the totem. So let's see. It respawned. It knows. Is effect active? False. That's the problem. Is effect active? Is the problem. Really? So in our building manager, destroy totem when we respawn the totem. we don't re-enable our area effect. Why am I that dumb? Enable area effects never called. My goodness. I mean, I saw that, right? I did. Okay, so respawn totem. We want area effects dot enable area effect to be called. Save. For crying out loud. I don't know why I didn't do that. That seems so straightforward. So let's just try again. Play. I don't know how I did not see that, like multiple times. Okay, let's just take the wizard. So we want this one. We don't want this one. Let's go. Burn, you lizard scum. I am coming to reclaim my home. Get out. Okay, cool. So it shouldn't matter which character I choose, so I'll just stick with the guy I have. Let's disable that one. Re-enable that one. Look at the totem. Effect area is effect active. It's not. Why? So respawn totem. That is interesting. We do run that, and we run this when? On timer. Yeah, so we do that for all the totems. Correct? I think so. Yeah, this is just... Oh, wait a minute. We might not do that for all the totems. Okay, let's... Okay, I'll do this another way. Okay, but anyway, we should enable the totem. That should... Oh, okay. Is effect active must be set to true as well, so we don't actually do that, so that's another way this is making it difficult for us. Play in effect area must be false, and this must be true. Right? Yeah. Okay, so is effect active must be true when the effect is enabled. Yeah. Oh, and then that doesn't work. Okay. I ran a function, but it's a dumb function that doesn't do anything. Let's try again. Let's just take the ninja because he's nice and good. He's such a good character. Such a good boy. Okay, so I'm clearly being slowed, right? Definitely. Let's destroy it. Okay, I'm clearly not being slowed anymore, right? So that's amazing. If I start again, hey, it just happened to be that one. I'm being slowed again. Thank goodness. Kill it again, the slow goes away. Ah, there we go. We did it. We've done it. It has been done. Okay, let's just put in our forest level again. So now we can actually progress to the next level. Okay, so let's just play the game, right? We have like 10 minutes left of the stream, 15 minutes. So I'm just going to play the game and then call it a day. So let's min-max the crap out of this. Okay, who do I want as my carry? I think I want the ranger to carry my game. So I'm gonna try and use the ranger as much as humanly possible. Okay, killing the totems doesn't really do anything for me, but okay, so obviously this is quite straightforward because the game's not balanced yet. It's just but okay, we got 4 levels for the ranger. Fantastic. Spell damage, amazing stat. Let's get that. Critical chance, not bad, I guess. Lifesteal is gonna help. And more damage. Okay. Chicken. Let's go movement speed, armor, and lifesteal. Why not? Duck. Critical chance, I guess. More critical chance or spell damage? Yeah, I think critical chance. And then more critical chance. Wow. Actually, what is our critical chance now? 37%. It's not bad. Okay. Owl. Max health. Ooh, movement speed. He's way slow, so I'm gonna go with that one. 3 armor. That's a good amount of armor, so let's go with that. We'll use the ranger, like I said, as much as we can. Because she is like, okay, destroying these totems doesn't mean anything to me, so I don't have to do it. I will destroy this one though. This one's annoying because it slows me, right? Okay, let me get rid of that one. Ooh, did we already get the damage threshold to one-shot these guys? That's nice. Yeah, we did. We totally did. Okay, so second level, again, very straightforward, no problems, as far as I can tell. Okay, more spell damage, yes. Normal damage, good. Movement speed, why not? Wisdom is also not bad, right? Because it increases the amount of experience gain, so, you know, that could be nice. Ooh, damage for that guy. Health, regen for the knight, I think. He already has so much health. Spell damage for the wizard's very good. And lifesteal for the wizard is actually kind of broken as well. Right? I'm going to keep using the ranger until she really needs to take a break. This one speeds up enemies, so we'll get that one just in case. Okay, the rest of them's not that bad. That one reduces my damage. I'm not too concerned with it. And then the red one increases enemy damage, which could be a problem, right? That thing can catch me off guard, especially with the frogs. Because like this, they might stand inside it, get the buff, and then throw me with a bomb, even though I'm not inside. Damn, okay, I lost a lot of health there. Okay. Let's see if it's even worth... Okay, so the ranger, does she have health regen? Very, very little, which means not fighting is not that good because her life steal is pretty nice. Okay, so let's... damage for the knight. Let's give her a bit of a gap to just regen some health. This is not amazing regen, right? I'm not thinking she's going to be full health when we return. But, you know, the duck can handle it for a level. Let's try. Okay, Mr. Duck, get rid of this totem. Ooh, he got some good damage upgrades. I think I got a +3 twice, right? And the critical chance is amazing. Yeah, get rid of that thing. Go assassinate all the frogs. I must say the game feels way more balanced now. That the frogs don't just kind of overrun you every time. This is very nice. Okay. He actually gained a lot of levels there. So these two are my carries, so it seems like. Let's give him some armor. Let's just get rid of this negative armor number because... yeah, it could be a problem. Movement speed? I guess. What about the knight? What are you up to? Let's give you more armor. Health regen for the wizard. Okay, let's see. Okay, the ranger is not healed. Okay, this is the last level before the Komodo dragons show up. So let's try and, you know, get some levels going. Try to get some levels going. Try to get her healed up with the lifesteal. Try not to die as well to any of the frogs. Okay. I don't lifesteal when I poison them, so I just need to keep that in mind. Ooh, that speed trap is actually kind of a problem, right? I can't run away from them when I run through that. They're just too quick. Okay, so on the next level, the amount of small enemies will be reduced. And in their place, we'll get Komodo dragons and +2 health regen. Now she can actually sit on the bench a little bit and chill. So we'll get Komodo dragons and a lot more frogs. Well, not a lot, but like a considerable amount more. So we need to figure that out. You know. Max health, I guess. Let's actually take the wizard for a spin. Let's see how the Komodo dragon level goes. He obviously does enough damage to kill the Komodo dragons pretty simply. That's quite a lot of them. I don't know if that's correct. It doesn't feel correct. There's still a lot of enemies on this level. I think there should only be like 10% Komodo dragons, right? But yeah, okay. Die, you fiends! Ooh, this guy needs attack speed so badly. At least he's pretty tanky, so he doesn't just die by accident. I think we can kill them pretty yes, like it. Okay, he immediately became my new carry. That's just like him. That was a dumb choice. Anyway. Spell damage. Health regen. Let's get some spell damage for this guy. Lifesteal. Chicken. Can you do something? Let's see. Ooh, that's very little damage. I'm sure he'll survive. Pretty much. Wow. Yeah, he actually doesn't have a big problem with the Komodo dragons. His big problem is the flippin' frogs. Ooh, did I just cancel my ability? I might have. Okay, that was pointless. I'm not going to be able to survive another 40 seconds, I don't think. I'm not that tanky. Okay, let's just run a bit. Oh, damn. Okay, I can't fight in that. Oh, my greatness. Meh. 4 more seconds. 2, 1. I survived. That was a bit rough. Okay. Let's give him some more movement speed. I think that's good. Spell damage or attack speed. Gotta go with attack speed. Ooh, damage is actually needed. Armor. More lifesteal. And attack speed for this guy. How much? Oh, I can't see your current health, can I? Not quite. Okay, let's try the ranger again, right? She should be well rested, so... Yep, she is. Got some movement speed for her, apparently. Let's get rid of this nonsense. Oh, damn. I just can't dodge these Komodo dragons. They're just too quick. Like when they jump on you, they really jump on you. My best option is to just do damage so I can lifesteal. But I'm not doing enough damage. The lifesteal amount is not significant. Okay, that's better. If I shoot into the frogs, I can farm some health. It's just these Komodo dragons. No, the rock. It got me. The rock has gotten me. Let's go with the ninja. I think he's better against Komodo dragons because he can kind of stay in close range. What the? Okay. Give him some health regen, maybe. Okay, we're gonna have to go with the boss bird. Boss bird, save us. Okay, so oh yeah, this is gonna be easy. So the owl, yeah, he's just too good. Like he's got the survivability, he's got the damage, he's got the AoE. He's just the guy for the job. He's good at all the jobs. And with the amount of spell damage I got, I just cook all these close range lizards. Like, no problem. It's still a bit tough, right? I'm dying. Like, I can't dodge effectively. So I'm just taking a bunch of Komodo charge attacks in my face. Oh, I made it. Ah, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay, let's see. Max health regen. Critical chance, I guess it's okay. Spell damage, yes, please. Chicken. I don't know what's gonna make you do anything, but anyway, let's just do something. Max health, I guess. Lifesteal. Go. Okay. She's not gonna be able to make it. Oh wait, this is the boss level, right? Yeah. Okay, the enemies are spawning. But yeah, the boss is never gonna make it. He's stuck. Yeah, the boss is stuck. Okay, no, I'm just gonna die here. It's fine. Like I can't fight these enemies. Yeah, okay. Let's see how long the ranger lasts. Not very long. Chicken Knight. You do more damage, that's good. Yeah, one of the problems definitely for those guys is the frogs, right? Yeah, you died. Yeah, we only have the boss bird left. Just get rid of everybody. Just get them all dead. No. Okay. That was great, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. I think I'm going to call it there. So I'll see you guys tomorrow around the same time. I'll also start a bit later because it's the weekend. I don't have to flippin' get up at 2:30 a.m. I can get up at like 4 a.m. It's not that bad. So yeah, have a good rest of your day or have a good evening. And thank you so much for watching today. I'll see you guys next time. Cheers. Let's do ending screen.